Good evening. I would like to call this meeting to order. Mr. Lotzenheiser, may I have roll call, please?
President Wade, please let the record show that all members are here and accounted for.
Please join me in a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, I motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
I will give that to Sarah Jarman. Ms. Jarman, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Lotzenheiser, Superintendent report.
Thank you, President Wade, members of the board, and thanks everyone for joining us this evening. We're honored to share some highlights from Higley Unified School District and to celebrate some of our incredible students, staff, families today for such a special community. We're starting our Points of Pride, and so we're starting some recognition from our campuses this evening, and that's also a special time. I do ask all honorees and attendees tonight that if you'll return to your seats after your recognition, and then there will be a time that we'll say, hey, for those of you who don't want to keep staying at the meeting, there'll be an opportunity for you to leave after that. But I'll first jump right in to our Higley happenings. So we're really focusing on community this year and trying to do different ways to celebrate and recognize members of our community and work together. And so the first one I'd like to do is to recognize that during the August 29th football game, Williams Field High School honored our first responders, and they had a lunch or a dinner for them prior to the game and then recognized them during the game. And we really appreciate our first responders here in Gilbert and Queen Creek that support us, and they celebrating their courage, service, and unwavering dedication to our community, keeping us safe. I really appreciate Chief Solberg, who attended that night, and the positive relationship that we have with our first responders. And so thank you to Williams Field High School for hosting that event. Next, we're really trying to focus on pathways within our district and within our community. And I want to highlight again at Williams Field on September 12th at the football game, it was a celebration of future Blackhawks. So students from Chaparral, Coronado, Gateway, HTA, and Cooley Middle School all joined in the fun. Coronado's Color Guard and Cooley Middle School's band rocked the halftime show along with the Blackhawks, entertaining the crowd and supporting the team. And as well as we held a mini cheer clinic, and we really appreciate all their participation. And so it's just an example about how we're trying to get our elementary and our middle schools and our high schools to work together and celebrate what they're doing, and a football game is a great way to do that. So we want to say thank you to Williams Field for hosting that event. And then finally, Higley High is doing the same thing. They're just doing a couple different schools during each of the games that they have. And so this cross-campus pride that we're building with Higley High, and so they selected 2 schools and their feeder schools to be honorary captains for the evening. And so pictured up there, you see our honorary captains from Assessment and from Power Ranch. And I will say that the young man from Power Ranch and his blue mohawk stole the show. And it was an awesome night, and he was really excited to be there and to be part of it. Matter of fact, I visited the school the next day and got to go into his classroom, and he was still rocking the mohawk and the shirt, showing the pride, and got to tell me all about how he went onto the field. And so they actually went out for the coin toss as honorary captains, and we'll continue that throughout the season for the different Higley High School home games. So trying to develop the sense of community again, so our feeder patterns know that if you go to Power Ranch, you're going to go to Sossman, and then you're going to go to Higley High. So that's our Higley highlights for this week. Thank you. Next, we're going to jump into points of pride. And so if I could have Gateway Gators come on down and let's recognize your points of pride. So we have Katie Harris and Angie Walker here to celebrate. Do you have a microphone? Can you talk loud? Yeah, we'll get you a microphone just in case it picks up. I know you're very loud, Katie. I get it. But yeah.
Hi guys, I'm Katie Harris. I'm the principal at Gateway, and this is Mrs. Walker, our amazing assistant principal. And we first of all just wanted to say thank you guys so much for providing this opportunity. We look forward to it every year. And we have 4 amazing individuals that we get to recognize. The first person is Miss Jamie Paisley. If you can come on down. So Mrs. Paisley has worn many hats at Gateway, and she is one of our instructional specialists. And I'm trying to not cry or make her cry, but she has battled cancer and fought and won and beat it. And she is amazing. She never missed a day, even when she went and got chemo and radiation. She came with a smile on her face and worked with her kiddos. And so hats off to you. We are so lucky to have you, and thank you for everything that you've done for our Gators. And then if you want to share who came with you tonight.
I have my 3 daughters and 2 of their significant others. One of them's home babysitting. 2 family friends, and my dear sweet husband, who's been there every step of the way.
You can stay.
Okay, next we have our volunteer, Cherise Schneider. Cherise is our all things master of Kona Ice. So from planning to execution to delivery and cleanup, she truly does it all. So we appreciate you so much for your time and your dedication to Gateway. We truly could not do Kona Ice without you, like truly. And who did you bring with you this evening?
The reason for it all, my daughter, Annabelle.
All right, next we have Miss Claudia Parks. If you will come on down. So Mrs. Parks is one of our amazing lunch aides, and she also is one of the instructors at Higley Hangout. And I will tell you, the kids look forward to seeing her every day. She writes our Gator Greats. I know my children personally go and try and find her to get a Gator Great. But she always brings a smile. She makes sure they're safe, they're playing their sports how they should be, and communicates with us well to make sure we just create the best possible day during lunchtime. So thank you for all your years that you've given us, and we continue you stay with us. So who did you bring with you?
I brought my husband Kent with me tonight.
And last, but certainly not least, the reason we are all here, Miss Sadie Varnia. Sadie has been recognized several times in the last couple of years from the Transportation Department for being just a good person. She's respectful, she's kind, she's a student leader on the bus, and of course we see those characteristics here at school as well. And so we just wanted to say we are so proud of you and we are so thankful you are a Gateway student. So thank you, Sadie. And who did you bring with you?
I brought my dad, my grandma, and my mom.
All right, at this time, where is Power Ranch? Come on down.
Good evening. I'm very proud to represent Power Ranch. My name is Michelle McNabb. I'm proud principal, and this is Nicole McCullough, our assistant principal. And we would like to start by having our certified point of pride to come up, Jordan Haas. So Jordan is our speech and language pathologist at Power Ranch, and we're very proud to have her. She's very remarkable, has so much expertise, warmth, shine, and it goes through everything that she does. She's always eager for her students and there to support her teachers and the parents. And throughout the day, she always has a welcoming atmosphere, practical strategies, and so much quality in everything she does. She's so deserving of this recognition for her kindness and knowledge and positive impact. Thank you, Jordan, for everything you bring to Power Ranch. And who did you bring with you?
My little family.
I know that they are proud. Thank you. And next, I'd like to invite up our classified nomination, which is Danzig Stevens. So Danzig is our IT tech at Power Ranch, and we literally could not live without him. He brings so much positivity and kindness to our campus. He's always willing to jump in. He supports us with our Panther News, assists staff and students at multiple schools, and he always lends a helping hand, and we couldn't have bingo night without this guy. So we are so thankful to have him. He's actually in my phone as Danzig Superhero. That's how I refer to him. So thank you, Dan. Who do you have with you tonight?
Tonight I have my lovely wife, Fatima Safid.
Very proud. Thank you. Next up, I'd like to invite our volunteer point of pride, which is Miss Jackie Johnson. So this is our lovely PTO president, and I might cry a little. Yeah. Jackie is such an amazing leader for our PTO. She devotes more hours than I have ever seen of a volunteer, supporting staff, students, families, and just lifting everybody up every day. It's probably her most special gift of being able to lift people up, and we need that everywhere. So Jackie, we are just so proud to know you, and thank you for everything you do for our community. Thank you. And I know there's a cheering crowd out there. Who do you have with you today?
Oh, a slew of them. I've got my two beautiful children, my handsome husband, and very supportive husband, because he does all the stuff while I'm PTOing. And my grandparents are here.
Which is amazing and special. And now I'm very, very proud to call up our student for a point of pride, Miss Emery Bridges. So Emery is an amazing student, and I think every student and teacher at our school and parent that comes into contact would say the same thing. She's admired by her peers. They share a lot of her great qualities with us. She provides leadership and, most importantly, integrity. And she always gives her best effort, stays on task, and sets a positive example. Emery, you truly make Power Ranch a better place. So thank you. So who did you bring with you today?
I brought my family, very close friends, and cousins.
Thank you guys for being here.
If you could I just have one more big round for both schools, those points of pride. Thank you so much to what you bring to our campuses. How awesome is that? All right, next on the superintendent's report, we have some upcoming events. This Thursday, September 18th at 7:30 is our business partner breakfast, holding it at Cooley Middle School this year. And I'm sure no one in the audience is familiar, but on September 29th, we do start fall break, in case anyone doesn't know, and we'll have our 2 weeks off for fall breaks. Our next board business meeting is Tuesday, October 14th, and then we're looking forward to, on Thursday, October 23rd, our school visit to Bridges Elementary School.
Thank you, Mr. Lotzenheiser. As Mr. Lotzenheiser expressed, if you were here for the points of pride and all that jazz, go celebrate, go live your life, you know? Otherwise, you're welcome to stay, as always. This will bring up our last call for requests to speak as well. Next on the agenda are the requests to speak. Please play the video. Ms. Zimmerman, do you want me to just read what's on the call to public forum, or are we working on the video? Okay, great. All right. So in lieu of the video, I will read the paragraph. We value input from our constituents. This time on our agenda has been set aside for anyone from the audience who wishes to address the board. Those that wish to speak should have filled out speaker cards, which are due prior to the start of our meeting. Members of the board may not discuss, comment, or take action on matters raised that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01I, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Also, we ask that audience members practice proper public meeting decorum, refrain from either negative or positive responses, including clapping or verbal outbursts, to ensure fairness to all points of view. Those that refuse to follow these rules may be asked to leave. In accordance with policy BEDH, public participation at board meetings, if considered necessary, the governing board president shall set a time limit on the length of the comment period in order to ensure that each individual has an opportunity to address the board. The president may also set a time limit for individual speakers. Thank you for your cooperation. First up, we have Gina Schmidl.
All right, is this on? Okay. Higley Unified School District is a strong, vibrant, and vital asset to our community. Our students and staff deserve our affirmative support in every aspect of education. I am a firsthand witness of positive interactions between students and staff on 3 different campuses in Higley Unified School District. Staff members are known and appreciated by students who reciprocate the care and safekeeping they receive. Recently, a student gave his teacher a handwritten note and a piece of gum to brighten her day. Remember the teacher I mentioned who joyfully handed out the Fun Friday raffle tickets? She has now helped the student learn the joy in passing out the tickets. This is a foundational building block of connection which fosters a lifelong love of learning. I am certain that this pattern of care, connection, and safekeeping is present on every campus at every grade level in this district, and that is evidenced by our points of pride that we saw tonight, and I wish that you all could feel the wonderful feeling that we felt here as we honored those students tonight. There are countless examples of positive teachers and staff on the Higley Unified School District website and media platforms. I encourage parents to fill out the positive staff shout-out form on the Higley Unified School District website and use it. I encourage other parents to join in speaking positively as I am at the next month's board meeting. As was previously mentioned tonight as well, the Higley Unified School District website shows the event on September 12th at the Williamsfield High School football game. My family and I attended that. The elementary school students were invited to attend wearing their school spirit clothing, and the elementary school students collaborated with high school band and flag corps for a very memorable halftime performance. My family was inspired by the bright future of the students in Higley Unified School District, and I thank the district for putting together this activity. Higley Unified School District really is one of the best districts for the success of current and future students. Let's continue to thrive.
Thank you. This brings us to Cindy Waugh. Is that what that is? Hopefully I said that.
Walk around.
Oh, I apologize. I did not see that at all. Cindy Walk.
Sorry, my handwriting is rough. This is a privilege, like such a privilege to be back at Higley District. I log 50 hours of drive time a month to have my daughter at Coronado. We did pre-K, we did kinder. We had to leave for 2 years. You don't know how sweet it is until you don't have it. Now we're back, and just thank you for everyone that makes up the environment of the school. I saw about override, and I'm out of the district, so that was not something that I was understanding. So I reached out to a friend who's MD, psychiatrist practicing, and asked, okay, give me 2 cents, music, art, language. Thank you, Dr. Fluitt said, regarding music and art, they help strengthen a child's brain by building executive functioning and creativity. Music trains attention, memory, self-control, and planning by requiring kids to focus, coordinate, and practice over time. Art boosts visual, spatial skills, problem solving, and flexible thinking by engaging imagination and encouraging new perspectives. Together, they activate connections across the brain's sensory, motor, and prefrontal regions, supporting focus, adaptability, and motivation in ways that transfer to learning and daily life. Hope that helps at the meeting. So thank you for making the investment, building the foundation, keeping it strong for our children. And in closing, I totally now understand why we all learned to play the recorder when we were in school music. So thank you, and a privilege again to be here.
Thank you. Next, we have Kathleen Richards.
Good evening, admin and board of directors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. That dovetails nicely because this week is Arts Education Week here in the US. It's a nationally recognized week where we celebrate those teachers that have the privilege, especially in elementary, of teaching. Every single child who walks through an elementary school ends up in a music classroom, an art classroom, in the library, and in PE. I have the privilege of being able to work with some of our young aspiring artists as a volunteer with a theater program at Higley Traditional Academy. Several of those have sprouted up and existed before we were able to start ours, and to be able to watch our little humans grow from people who are terrified to speak in front of a group to this week, I had students who would not open their mouth by themselves, auditioning to play a crazy seagull in The Little Mermaid. This is one of the things that makes Higley an outstanding school district, in that we have a genuine support for all of our programs. We saw today that the football team was inviting our youngest learners into their space to understand what they have to look forward to. Similar things are happening in the district, where Higley High School is going to be inviting young learners to come see their production of Junie B. Jones in the next couple, I think it's at the end of October was what I heard. And it is really genuinely one of the things that makes us as a family want to stay here in Higley School District. And I know that a lot of folks can question whether or not the arts are important. We've already had a speaker talk extensively about some of the benefits that exist. They go far beyond whether or not you understand or remember how to play the recorder, or if you can still do your solfege hand signals. I majored in music and I can't remember those off the top of my head. But it is important for us to remember that in order to provide a well-rounded education to all of our students, it is vastly important that we support the efforts of our district to go out and make sure that those specials of art, music, and media studies are still available to our students as we move forward. These things are available to us not because of funding that we get from the state, but unfortunately because the state forces us to go out and seek that funding from our taxpayers. But it is incredibly valuable, and you will see it in the young learners that you encounter out in the world and in the adults that you encounter out there as well. So I just wanted to provide that reminder to all here in this room and those who are watching, and talk about the fact that it is important for every single person who plays for Team Higley to support the efforts to make sure that our students are well supported. Going out and speaking negatively about our schools, campaigning against things that will definitely make a difference for our students, is just wrong and should be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Travis White.
Good evening, President Wade, members of the board, superintendent, community members. My name is Travis, and I'm a proud parent of a kindergartner in the Mandarin Dual Immersion program at Coronado. First, I want to thank the Coronado PTO for the incredible support you provide to our teachers and students. Your dedication makes a difference every day. I'm looking forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival this Friday, and I encourage our board members to experience the cultural enrichment provided by the Mandarin program and the PTO. Please come. Arizona's education system struggles largely due to chronic underfunding. This is not the fault of the Higley District, which works tirelessly to provide quality education despite a state that often fails to prioritize schools. Passing the bond override will allow Higley to do the best it can for our children amid these challenges. I stand here today to urge a strong yes vote in favor of the upcoming bond override election this November. This bond override is critical. Without it, Higley Unified will face severe budget cuts, including reductions or eliminations of vital programs such as dual immersion, art, music, library, larger class sizes, fewer electives and extras, and pay freezes for our teachers and staff. The district already implemented $5 million in cuts and eliminated over 80 positions. Ms. Yarman, during your candidate Q&A in October 2024, you emphasized enhancing STEM programs to prepare students for 21st century careers. How do you justify voting against sending teachers at no cost to the district to present at the National Science Teachers Association conference last month? Ms. Van Hook, you often speak of fiscal responsibility, yet opposed sending teachers to our National Science Conference at no cost to the district, and voted against the bond that would protect our vital programs. With 25 years of financial experience, the community expects more than obstruction. We expect leadership that strengthens our schools, not undermines them. Our teachers deserve support, and our students deserve engaged, invested educators. Passing the bond override will prevent Phase 2 cuts, preserve essential programs, and support salary increases for our teachers and staff, ensuring quality education and opportunities for all Higley students. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please join me in voting yes to support our students, our teachers, and the future of our community.
Thank you. Next, we have Janet Wilt.
Good evening, admin and board members. My name is Janet Wilt, and I am the mom of 2 students at Coronado Elementary. My family does not live in the Higley School District. We are an out-of-boundary family. Because of school choice, we were able to enroll our children here, and we chose Higley for the unique opportunities that it offers. Programs like Mandarin dual language immersion, thriving arts, and strong music education programs. These are not extras. These are why families like mine come here to join this community. But these opportunities depend on funding, much like everything in our lives. So without a yes vote and passing that override, our programs will shrink, extracurriculars will disappear, and class sizes will increase. Every extra student per classroom is 1 less minute of a teacher's time, and that's not fine. That's failure for our students. We know that these cuts are real. When librarians were eliminated, my children were devastated. They lost a positive influence and an education advocate in their life. A library is more than just books. It's where children find safety, a love of learning, and exploration. When you cut these programs, you cut directly into kids' lives. My children have benefited from so many of Higley's after-school programs. They were actually featured on a lot of the photos that you saw a little bit earlier. Chess club, trash can band, color guard, concert band, Young Rembrandts, golf, drama club, creative writing, speech competitions at ASU, and holiday markets. All of these things allow them to explore and discover children, for them to be able to find strengths early on, develop valuable skills, and grow into confident, contributing members of the community. These programs help them to build lifelong abilities that they carry on beyond school. Cutting funding will directly eliminate these opportunities that make Higley unique. Some argue that this override is a burden, but for the average homeowner, it's $11 a month. That's not a tax burden, that's a community investment. Strong schools protect property values and keep families here and bring new families in. When families leave, they don't just take their children out of the classrooms, they take their tax dollars, volunteer hours, and spending at local businesses with them. We've seen what happens when overrides fail. Positions are cut, not waste, but staff who work directly with our students. That weakens schools, that strips away parents' freedom to choose meaningful programs for them and pushes families out of Higley. As a mom, I speak for the members of this community who are most affected by these decisions, my students, my kids. They are the most voiceless in all of this. And if we as voting adults do not protect them, then who will? This override is about ensuring that every child in Higley, whether living in or outside of the district, has access to opportunities that brought families like mine here. It's about strong schools, strong families, and strong community. Please support this override. Please pass this, voters who are watching and here, and help protect Higley schools, our children, and their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Karita Walker.
Looking for my eyeglasses, but I think I got it. Good evening, everyone. My name is Karita Walker in English, or Querida Walker in Spanish, which literally means dear. I am here tonight as a parent of 5 children, 5 boys, ages 26, 20, 10, 8, and 5. All of them have gone through Higley School District thus far. The older 2 have experienced school in Kyrene School District and even private school at Summit School of Ahwatukee. When my former husband and my son wanted to move to Gilbert for the school district, I was not willing to come. I did not want to come out to Gilbert at 10 years ago. I was like, what's in Gilbert? But they were right. We came out here, we moved out here for quality education that is above par, above the private school education that we paid for. And I'm deeply concerned that we're not investing into our children's lives. My former husband, who is a veteran Marine, who is no longer living, he would always say, pay for a little bit now, than to pay for a whole lot more later. If we don't make this small investment into our children, we're gonna pay for a whole lot more later. As adults, we oftentimes state to ourselves, I wish I would have learned how to play this instrument. I wish I would have learned how to play this language. I wish I would have learned how to have this skill as a child. We have the ability to grant future adult wishes, because right now I'm currently even enrolled in Maricopa Community College, learned in Mandarin myself to keep up with my 3 kids who are learning at lightning speeds. That program, the Mandarin program, is a direct pipeline into ASU's flagship program, which is the Chinese program for the Department of Defense. This program helps to prepare our children internationally to compete. They are able to filter through all the way up through Cooley Middle School, Williamsville High School, and on to ASU. Scholarships paid in full to help our community, to help us, so that our jobs are not always outsourced overseas, as an electrical engineer mine was. But if I'm able to speak a language in another country, I can. And on a stress day, I can come home, and I wish I knew how to play the piano like my oldest two. But maybe one day I'll take those lessons too. So I'm asking you to pay for a little bit now, then a whole lot more later, because if we don't, we're gonna see people like me move out of the school district in order to contribute to my children's needs of continuing to learn the languages, to have the art skills and the music skills that my son Dalton is currently in band learning. I'm gonna move out the community because I didn't move to Gilbert for ice cream. And I hope that we all consider the values in our personal properties as well, that they will decline if we don't pass this through. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for our requests to speak tonight. I motion to approve the consent agenda items 5.1 through 5.19. Ms. Van Hook seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Before we move on, we'd like to thank Power Ranch PTO, DLR Group, the Campbell family, Gilbert Centennial PTO, Chaparral Elementary PTO, the Sofa family, Cortina PTO, ESI, and Higley Palm Boosters for their donations to the district and its students. Mr. Glover, you also wish to make a comment.
Yes. Well, I also just want to express gratitude. You know, it's, I'll get off topic. I just want to thank civil discourse, even when we disagree. It needs to be praised. But item 5.17 is what I wanted to speak to. So just to point out to people, our pre-K teachers are fully certified teachers. And that's different from a lot of schools, and it's certainly different from childcare. It's one of the things that we offer here in Higley that makes us special, and one of the best investments you can make and get return on investment is early childhood education, and Higley definitely does a good job with that. So I'm pleased to see that adjustment was made on the supplemental salary schedule.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glover. This brings us to information items. We have 6.1 EB, Environmental and Safety Program, first read. There are several proposed changes to policies. Mr. Lotzenheiser, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, President Wade, members of the board. So we're bringing to you first reads today for policy changes that will go into effect due to the legislative session that has ended And so we're updating our policies through that. We do use the services of the ASBA and their advisory to help us know what we need to change, and so we appreciate that continued work with them. And so there's going to be different members of cabinet that are going to talk about the different policies tonight. Again, this is the first read with the goal of coming back with our second read and action at our next governing board meeting. So this first one, the safety program, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Walker.
Good evening, President Wade, members of the board. The first policy tonight, recommended changes in the first read is for policy EB, formerly known as Environmental and Safety Program. Following the guidance of the ASBA's recommendations, we're bringing forward a change proposed in regards to some language that has been added to the policy. It defines what some expectations for programming, as well as defining the school safety program and school safety personnel. One of the changes that's been brought forward is that there's monies available through the state, which we take advantage of to help pay for SROs and SSOs on our campuses. That language also indicates that if an SRO or SSO is unavailable, then that can be used to procure other safety mechanisms, devices, et cetera. Since we have an SRO and SSO, that's something that's not applicable at this time. But it also defines what the school safety personnel is based on the AZ Post, which is the Arizona Police Officers Training Board. And then it also talks about the requirements to have an emergency operations plan. And there's been some updates to that plan for the 25-26 year through the state of Arizona. So that's all added to the updated policy for the first read.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Thank you, Mr. Walker. This brings us to 6.2, GCQF, discipline, suspension, and dismissal of professional staff members. First read. Ms. Johnson.
Good evening, President Wade, board members. For this policy, as you can see, the only changes that were added is the information regarding the State Board of Education. This allows the school district to get information about an employee or a possible hire that if they are suspended or under discipline or under investigation. And I think this language is very good to this policy.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members?
President Wade, I do have a question on page 1. Under examples of possible consequences for misconduct, the last sentence of the paragraph says possible consequences for misconduct may include no action. And I'm curious as to if there's misconduct, why would there be no action? If there's any type of misconduct, I believe that there should be some sort of action, whether it's coaching or, any type of action, but there should be some action. And so I have trouble with the word no, the words no action being in the policy. It's towards the end of the page.
Okay, so you are in the non-disciplinary actions portion, and there may be no findings, so that could lead to no action. So that is a possibility. If there are no findings, there would be no action. This is under the non-disciplinary actions included, but are not necessarily limited to. So that's it. There could be a situation where there would be no action taken.
I understand what you're saying, and I would support an amendment to just remove the language that you said, because that can happen anyway. So it could just read possible consequences for misconduct may include non-disciplinary action or disciplinary action. That's fine.
Yeah,
because you're saying there was action, but
those two.
Yeah.
So if we can strike out no action out of the policy, that would be great.
Okay, we'll look into that.
Anything else?
Okay. That's it.
Okay, great. This brings us to 6.3, IKF, graduation requirements. First read, Mr. Lotzenheiser.
President Wade, members of the board, the updates to this policy, apparently we've changed and we don't use the term pupil, but we'll use student instead. So you'll see a lot of red and blue that's going through there. But really the change comes when we talk about assessments. According to the new legislation, this really determines, especially at the high schools, we know that we take the ACT. All of our students take the ACT as a junior. And what is now allowed, that is if a student takes the ACT, including the writing portion of the ACT, prior to that, during their junior year. I don't know how many of you remember, when I went to high school, we didn't take the ACT, right? So if I wanted to take the ACT, I signed up and I went to a different school, a testing location, someplace else on a Saturday, and I took the ACT or the SAT. You can still do that. You don't have to wait until that time during your junior year when we give it as the state mandated test. If a student takes it before now, what we are allowed to do at the parent's request is use the score they get on that test to replace their state test. And so what's nice about that is, let's say a student takes that test in October, they do really well, that's what they want, they can submit that to us now. We put the score into their student file, we upload it to the state, and we exempt them from taking the test again during our state time. And so there's not a limitation on what the score is, it's just that the ACT has to be taken the junior year ahead of time at a place that is proctored not by us and includes the writing portion of the ACT. If a student's able to do that, they like what they have, the parent then can request that score to go in, and they don't have to take the ACT when everybody else takes state testing in the spring. So that's the first part of the changes that's going through in this policy. The second part is the state has now said that basically all of our tests right now are online. So you use the computer to take your tests. If a student likes and wants to take the test through paper and pencil, then we are going to allow them to take it through paper or pencil. They list 4 different reasons that we can use a written test. And so if you'll take a look at that, a written test is required pursuant to an individualized education or 504 plan to accommodate special circumstances, for religious purposes, or on request by a student's parent or guardian. So there are 4 different categories. Ultimately, the request for a parent or student guardian, number 4, if they would like their kid to take the test according to a written test, then they have the possibility to do that, and that's what the legislation is changing for us within this policy. So really the focus on this was about the assessment portion on it, and that's what the laws changed, and so we are adding that in to be able to accommodate those changes. Are there any questions about this one?
Go ahead.
President Wade, Superintendent Latzenheiser, how will parents be notified of these changes?
So that's a great question. There's 2 parts to it. One, the notification for the opt-out. We still haven't gotten from the state the exact way that they would like us to do that. Once we get that, we can share it with the parents through newsletters coming directly from the schools themselves. We find that's the best way that we get response from parents, so we can notify them of that as well as through juniors when we're taking a look that junior year when you're coming in to take that class. So those would be two appropriate ways to do it. They have given us guidance. They just sent out guidance this week, and Mr. Berkshire got it as our assessment coordinator about how we can make sure that we upload within the file in terms of parents if they've already taken the test. So we can start developing that process now with guidance from the state. But once we get the written test, we'll be able to share it out with parents, and it'll come through the schools themselves.
And I believe, is it October that our students take the ACT?
No, the ACT is not done, and that's when everyone takes the state test. I don't remember the days off the top of my head. April, thank you.
April.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, great. This brings us to 6.4, JLC, Student Health Services and Requirements, first read. Actually,
I can
there's,
explain,
oh, go ahead.
President
I was
Wade.
going to say, I wrote a whole
After
bunch
this had
down.
been
You go
posted,
ahead.
We found a change that we'd like to make and move into it, so I would request that I'm going to pull this item, and I'll bring it back to you next meeting with the updated change that we want to do. And so we'll go ahead and do the first read when we come back in October.
Okay, so I am motioning that we table. Oh, we don't even have to motion. Great. Listen, when I wrote that down, that would have been great for me to just be like, no need. See you next time, everybody. Great. 6.5. JLCD, medicines, administering medicines to students. First read, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening, President Wade, board members. I also have Mrs. Fulton here to help with this policy. It was rewritten completely because we found that what we were provided from ASBA, that what we had and what we were provided were really not on the same page. So it basically talks about the emergency medication, and I'm going to let Mrs. Fulton go ahead and dive in.
The thing is on. Now can you hear me okay? I didn't press anything either. It was like that. We adopted everything that ASBA recommended. Sorry, is that the very top, Christine? I just don't want to talk out of, yeah, thank you. One of the biggest changes, and it's not silly, but everything said physician, and that contradicted some of our students' healthcare providers, so that was a huge thing that we changed. Across the board, healthcare providers is now listed all the way down. We have emergency epinephrine was added in there. We have always been, our students have their own epinephrine. We don't have stock emergency epinephrine in our health offices, but if we did, it is there in that policy. Same with inhalers also. Students with diabetes who have a diabetes medical management plan. The language that was adopted in this was just ensuring that everybody across the board in the schools and in the health offices, everyone that takes care of the students, were all well aware of what was going on in their medical plan. Recently, many hospitals like PCH, Phoenix Children's, they have started making their own healthcare plans outside of what we have, and they're very nice, but they would like us to use those too, so we've been doing that. We adopt those for those students instead of our written ones. Same with Banner has started doing that this year as well, so that is the language there. Can you go down a little bit, Christine? Sorry. Narcan, we have had Narcan. We adopted that a few years ago in the district, so that language did not change. The language is the same, it's just their wording of it. We didn't make any policy changes to that. The seizure management plans, that is along the same lines of the diabetes plans. The hospitals surrounding us are coming in with their own health plans. They're very good, and so we've adopted those when we're giving them, instead of giving the students and families our blank forms, we adopt what is brought into it from the hospitals around us. Required trainings, we do require trainings for the anaphylactic shock, which is if someone needs an EpiPen. For example, the training and recognition of symptoms of respiratory distress, we do that. Training on seizure management plans, we do that. And the termination of medication administration policy, that just gives the district to reserve the right if we did that. And the very bottom there is what our old policy was.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from board members? I have a question.
Sure.
So we don't carry EpiPens in our schools, just because the students who might require it have their own, but we don't have one for, those who may not be aware?
We don't stock them, no, but the students that have them, some of them carry it if they're on a self-carry plan, and some of them they're stocked in the health office. Sometimes we have one in the health office and one on a self-carry because they come in a 2-pack. But as far as the district and ourselves in the health office stocking them like we would get them from the state, no, we don't do that.
Can you tell me why that is? Or help me understand. Is it cost?
No, not at all. Well, we employ health aides. And there is some controversy about having the ability to be able to assess if you're going to give somebody an EpiPen versus not. On the other side of that coin, they're all covered under the Good Samaritan Act. So many of times, I receive a phone call, I walk through the situation, I have said, get an EpiPen, because if in fact we used an EpiPen that we have in the health office that is assigned to another student, the district would replace it and that student would still have their EpiPen. So we would still do that. And there is an EpiPen in every school, so you know, in every health office for students, but they all have one on campus.
Awesome, thank you. And is that also the just to make sure that I understand, and is that because if you administer an EpiPen, you need to go to the hospital afterwards? It's not like you administer it and are like, deuces, well done, you now can breathe again? Like, and that's part of the reason why our policy or the controversy around it?
Correct. You have to hospital.
Well, I can add, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, you're fine.
In 1993, I was undergoing some allergy treatment shots, and my mom was a nurse, and she was administering them to me. And anyway, it all culminated with me. I was 6'3", 185 pounds, and I got an EpiPen. They're probably much better now, but I've never been transported in an ambulance. I turned gray. Immediately could breathe again, but I felt like I was going to die. My heart rate was extreme. It's not, I mean, I know it sounds like we should just have EpiPens and just give an EpiPen. It's a serious, for me, it was the only time I've ever been in the ambulance. It's probably better dosage-wise now, I would imagine, this many years later, but it's nothing to joke around about.
No, for sure, and I appreciate that. My husband actually works at PCH, and we've had these conversations. I'm curious as to why the decisions were made, and I just wanted clarification, so I appreciate that. Go ahead.
And as far as the Good Samaritan, I believe if the individual is conscious and they have to give approval under that act, it's when they're unconscious that but that's a whole different act to discuss. But I believe that's what it is. If they're conscious, then they can, authorize to be given the medication. But anyway, I do have a question about the last paragraph at the end of page 4. Page 3, where it says the district reserves the right in accordance to procedures to established by the superintendent to disallow the use or administration of any medication if the medication's being abused. So can you give an example of that? Like if a kid has an inhaler and they just keep taking hits off the inhaler, or?
I don't really see that with an inhaler. I can give you a real-time example. We've had, it is medication, so vitamins, right, for example, brought to school and passed out. Or a kid has taken 10, 11, come to the health office and said, I took 10 of these vitamins. So that's an example of, it's not as extreme, I believe, as an inhaler. I have not come across a kiddo abusing an inhaler, but it was a little more on the lines of vitamins or something that they would bring that you don't know if it's in their backpack or along that line.
Now, should that say to not allow self-carry, and that if those instances occur, then they would have to go to the nurse to obtain it? If it's a medication that the child needs, then I find it concerning that we would disallow the use versus going, okay, well, you can no longer self-carry. You would have to come to the nurse to get it.
We have never denied a student self-carrying an inhaler or an EpiPen or something that they would need to save their life.
Right. I'm just saying if it's a prescription that a parent has authorized for the student to self-carry, to have on them, with this language, it says to not allow, to disallow the use. So if it's a prescription or, authorized by a parent for the student to carry on them. And if misuse is found, then maybe the language in this policy should change, that then it would have to be administered by the nurse instead of saying we just won't allow it.
So if the threat of abuse or misuse of the medication may pose a risk of harm to a member or members of the student population?
Yeah, so I just to remove the word disallow, or we could say disallow to self-carry and have the nurse, have the student go to the nurse. Because the way that it reads, it says, okay, well, you can no longer bring this to school, is a concern for me.
I don't read it that way, but we can talk about that and bring it back to the second read.
Okay.
Something that I would like clarification for, in that I agree, if it's a medication that is required, and I think what you're talking about potentially would be specific to circumstance, right? In that if we have a situation in which we've agreed this child needs this medication for whatever reason that they're prescribed that medication for, and if it's a situation in which we allow that student to have it and it's not in the nurse's office and there is misuse or abuse, I think it would be a contextual situation in that if it's something the kid needs in order to get through the day, I think with the parents, with that specific school site, coming up with, well, because we are abusing it or misusing it, and this could cause harm, it now is required to be in the nurse's office because we recognize it, you need it to function throughout your day for whatever reason that may be. I also go, there are other things that individuals can be prescribed that might not have or meet the same requirements, and if it can potentially pose harm, and if you have a situation in which maybe the parents are unwilling to do those kinds of things for whatever reason, if that student puts other students in harm, that we are liable at the end of the day. And so I guess when we look at it with respect to whatever language we are doing, at the end of the day, we are still liable to whatever happens on our campuses. And so I wish to make sure that we are keeping our language in mind for situations. And I hear you. I also go, I see misuse happening more than I see our staff being like, no, you don't get to take your meds here today, right? So when it comes to whatever that is, I think that's where I would also like us to keep in mind as whatever things we come up with as a result of that.
So your fear is that if a parent goes, no, my kid has to carry it in that situation, instead of having a conversation with the parent and say, well, there's misuse, so now your child's going to have to go to the nurse. And then at that point, if the parent says, no, my child has to carry it, is that what you're saying?
I mean, I feel like if there's a situation of misuse, regardless, we are communicating with that family. It's not as if we are going to make this decision and we are not notifying the parents of what happened here today. That would make us legally responsible in a whole host of other ways with respect to policies we have that staff would not be following what they're doing. I see potential sometimes for individuals who go, I know my kid's not doing this, and at the end of the day, if that is something that is still accessible to other students and it is being a problem, we are the ones who are held responsible for that. And I do not believe we are in the business of denying individuals medication to get throughout the day. And I have had a number of situations in which I've had to contact the student or the school nurse to say, this is what my kid is needing today, and these are the times in which we're okay with this, and it is very communicative in that process. And so my only statement is I wish to make sure that we are aware of situations in which we are held liable for something, because at the end of the day, that matters. And so if a parent has an issue with saying, no, I don't want them to have to go to the nurse, that seems to be choice there. That's basically what I mean. I'm open to whatever the situation is. These are things I think about in terms of where we have to come at from.
President Wade.
No, and I understand.
It says they reserve the right, so I would guess this would be an expert situation that they would determine if it made sense or if it posed a threat. So it doesn't say we would take away medication.
Sure. Do you have any? Oh, go ahead, Mr.
I would love some information on your parental protocol, how you, just in general, how you reach out to the parents and kind of inform them. I see a little bit of a lacking of parental involvement in this. So,
I mean, it starts from the parent, right? Like first off, any parent here in our community, do not set your kid on campus with medications without notifying the school. That could get your kid in other problems that I agree is a ridiculous frustration in that if this is there. As a parent, it is our responsibility, because how else would we know your kid is prescribed this medication or you're doing that? That is 100% the parent's responsibility, or the guardian in that case, to notify the school, hey, this is the situation. And then when you do that, like my daughter broke her arm, so at the end of the day, we're talking about Tylenol and Motrin, so let's keep that in mind. But basically I said, this is the situation, and every morning I would email the nurse, yes, we did give her meds today at this time, and it was this medication, so that way the nurse knew not to over-medicate my child when she came in with pain or whatever, and understood, okay, I give Tylenol, so the first time she comes in with pain, hit her up with some Motrin, that sounds great, right? Like I was responsible for doing that kind of deal. And then as a child myself, needing meds, again, it was my parents' responsibility to communicate, so I knew what I was doing and whatever worked best for that. And in that situation, it was a med I kept in my backpack for what I needed it for specific situations.
okay, thank you. So yes, parents start, but yes, when it comes to reaching out on campus, what's the typical?
If we already know about the student, then we have a pattern of usually towards the end of the year, right around spring break, we send out all of our care plans for the following year so that parents have enough time throughout spring break and throughout the summer to have those redone for the new school year, because they're required every school year. And those are the ones that we know of, and the ones that we don't know of, we rely on the parents to tell us. Usually at the beginning of every school year, we get some new students with new medical needs, and that's how we find out.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
This brings us to 6.6, JLF, reporting child abuse, child protection, first read.
President Wade, members of the board, tonight's first read for JLF is a policy update that's rooted in statutory changes to the mandatory reporting protocols. So tonight, later on in the executive session, we're talking about the first change that includes the governing board members, now specifically stated as mandatory reporters within a school district. There's also been a change that we've done a lot of training, a lot of collaboration with law enforcement and our attorneys, and working with our sites, that a report to a school resource officer or an SSO, school safety officer, is not sufficient. That report must be made to the police agency directly. So that's added. Also, there's some changes to the language that defines, that's the same thing that's in the first policy that I discussed, EB, about definitions of the personnel. It also talks about the interview protocol that the schools, and we follow the same protocols that the general police follow as far as investigations. We do not investigate DCS claims. We have a couple clarifying questions that we can ask, and that's also outlined in the policy update. And then the final update to the policy is that it discusses when a DCS worker visits the site and what the requirement is for identification, and our process that we have in place for those visits when they occur on campuses.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members?
I do. So starting from the top, everywhere where it says reportable offense, I feel like we should explain what a reportable offense is for that to be clear somewhere in the policy. Then at the end of page 2, The interview requirements, a student who is identified as a potential victim of a reportable offense may be interviewed only as provided by the local county protocol. Because this doesn't spell out what the county protocol is, I think it's important to say that a student who is identified, we need to make sure that it's clear that says, teachers, administrators, counselors, and other school staff must not interview a student because that's also not very clear in the policy. And then on page 4, it also mentions the sign must be clearly visible, but it would be worth clarifying as far as where the locations we would post. So main office, nurse's office, counselor's office, versus just stating clearly visible. And then, did I mention the oral report? No. On page 4, also where it says oral report, written notification to principal, I think this could be misread as reporting to the principal instead of DCS and law enforcement. And so I think it needs to emphasize that notification to the principal is in addition to, not in place of mandated reporting. And then it says if a child starts to disclose abuse, listen, reassure, and immediately report. And just so there's an understanding that you do not investigate, you do not ask questions, you can listen, reassure, but you have to immediately report. You can say things like, thank you for telling me, you did the right thing, or just examples, but I think it needs to be clear that staff cannot and must not interview. And I can give you the things that I'm mentioning to be considered.
Sure.
Board Member Van Hook, when you give those things, a question I have, because again, being a former teacher, I've had to do this. There is no way that I can go through that process without asking questions. The process literally has very specific things. It does not mean you follow up, and we as staff every year have very specific training to what that is, and it talks about what you can and cannot do in some of those situations. And so I agree with you, because it is not our job to investigate literally anything, and that is not the process with which we do. But there are specific questions that you fill out when reporting for some of these things, or how some of that gets done. And so my assumption is maybe we have some of that language in other areas, or how that process works. So I guess my question would be to keep in mind at least what that process looks like. So when you're concerned with them doing investigations, because again, I agree with you, that is not our place, that is not our job, that is not what we are here to do. But we are also obligated to understand at least baseline things in order to be able to proceed with that. So when you submit whatever it is that you're going to submit, so we can look at when it comes to the second read, which is fine, I would at least just like you to think about what that would look like in terms of practice, because when a kid comes up to you and they say that I wish to talk to you about something, and you're like, sweet, let's hear it, and then you quickly realize that what they're talking to you about is something that's important and serious, I can't just say a kid tells me that something's wrong at home. In that because there are certain situations in which, is it okay for this kid to go home today? Is it not okay for this kid to go home today? And all of that is stuff that we get training on. So whatever it is that you send, which is great, I would like you to at least think about what it would look like in practice. to make sure that we as staff or mandatory reporters, because now all of us are also mandatory reporters, know what first steps look like for that process.
Yeah, and the law is clear. You can't ask investigative questions, and you cannot interview the child because that could completely ruin the investigation process and then cause that child to have to repeat the offense and have to live through it again, which is why the law is clear as to you can listen, but you cannot ask questions. And it's not a teacher's decision to whether this child can go home. When you report it, it gets reported to DCS and law enforcement, and they step in and do the proper investigation, and everything else they take over. So, you know, that part of it is clear, but
maybe when we go through our executive session, what I'm saying will make a little bit more sense, and that'll help that process, just because, again, I am in accordance with the law, and our staff very clearly get training as to what that is. And so maybe even in the executive session, those types of things, if something comes up where I go, oh, this is what I'm talking about, then I can help clarify it. I think it's a little hard when it's ambiguous at the present.
President Wade, Board Member Van Hook, all of those things that Board Member Van Hook mentioned are part of our protocol, and so we can work together to make sure that's included in the policy also.
Thank you.
This brings us to 6.7, weekly suspension reports provided to the governing board. Board Member Van Hook asked for this agenda item. Ms. Van Hook.
I wrote a statement that I'm going to read. As elected school board members, we have a duty to ensure accountability and protect the interest of both students and taxpayers. That duty is being undermined. Being a board member is not just coming to board meetings, voting, and then going home. There is a lot of oversight involved. Until recently, weekly suspension reports included date, number of days, violations, school site, and grade level, information essential for identifying trends, monitoring equity, and ensuring that discipline is applied fairly across all schools and grades. Following a recent public records request where a parent was initially informed that these reports didn't even exist, the superintendent, acting on the advice of legal counsel, removed school and grade from the reports without board approval. That action leaves us unable to perform meaningful oversight. This might not be viewed by all board members closely, but for me, I've reviewed these reports since I became a board member. And oversight is not optional, and oversight without sight is no oversight at all. I have repeatedly requested this information be restored, yet the reports continue to arrive without it. Without access to the underlying data, we cannot verify whether suspensions are being applied fairly and equitably. Evidence already presented to us suggests that it may not be. For example, if a student brings a weapon to school, it is essential for a board member to know which school. And if one student at Williamsfield High School is suspended for 9 days for bringing a weapon, while another student at Higley High receives only 5 days suspension for the same violation, the board must be able to see the discrepancy and understand why the consequences are not consistent. We can't do that without knowing what school it is. The attorney claims the change is necessary to prevent potential violations of FERPA, but FERPA protects personally identifiable information, not broad, de-identified data, such as school and grade. These reports never contained names, student IDs, or other identifying details. They were already de-identified. Nothing in them indicates any attempt to identify individual students. By definition, they were compliant with FERPA, and board members by law have the legitimate educational interest in reviewing this information. Even more troubling, the fact that we use taxpayer dollars to fund attorneys who advise administration in a way that actively prevents the board from fulfilling its responsibilities is troubling. The board does not have our own attorney that represents us and the taxpayers. The attorneys work for the administration. This creates an imbalance that undermines transparency and accountability. And let's not forget that I myself have had issues with my child's FERPA laws being violated 3 times in this district since I've been on the board, including one incident where it included a staff's attorney. If the district cannot protect sensitive identifiable information when it comes to my child, it is inconsistent and disingenuous to claim that providing de-identifiable school and grade data to the board creates a legal risk. Arizona law requires us to receive suspension reports. While the statute does not dictate every detail, including school and grade is common sense and essential for oversight. Suggesting that the board should wait for a study session if we suspect or desire more information is backwards. We cannot suspect or desire more information if we are denied the information that would reveal a problem in the first place. Transparency and accountability are not optional, and I request that this information be added back into the reports. As board members, our job is not to take administration's word, because we must verify that discipline is being applied fairly and equitably. That is our duty, and I would like that information back so that I can uphold that duty. Thank you.
Board Member Van Hook, can you clarify something for me? With the old way with which that we received it, can you explain to me how you're capable, and to be clear, and I should have said this first, so I apologize. One, in no way, shape, or form should your child's information have done, and that is terrible, to be clear. Secondly, I also agree with you in that when it comes to discipline, that we should do equitable practices, full stop. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I guess where I am struggling as a fellow board member who has had access to that information, I would argue that doesn't give me any information to know what is equitably done in that, for example, let's pretend one of the reasons that somebody was suspended is for fighting. And I taught high school and middle school, so fighting was a part of the job at various times, which is, never fun. And there are circumstances in which this fight that you watch and you see the happenings of those involved, and you understand why the 7 days or 10 days or whatever it was is given. And then there are other situations in which they are a fight and it's still categorized as the same, and it is a very different situation in terms of severity, what happens, everything else. But at the end of the day, the categorization is still a fight. And so if I see student A fighting and student B fighting, and there is disproportionate days, while I agree with you they should be equitable, how is it that we are capable of seeing those equitable practices from that information? I argued before you still had no idea of the context and the reasonings that was done, you just had the aftermath.
Well, I think the violation varies, right? So, but then there are violations where let's say somebody is caught vaping or smoking, or there is a weapon since I got on the board, when we would receive those reports, I would take that information and dump it into Excel, and then you can actually sort by violation, and you can sort by school, you can sort by, different things, you could filter, and then be able to filter, let's say, just on the violation, and then you can see the difference in the number of days they're being suspended. So that provides the information where you've got a year's worth of data in a Excel spreadsheet and be able to filter on these things. It creates a pretty good picture on the variance between the schools, the grades, and so right now the way that the report is now happening, if we let's say it says weapon brought to school, we have no idea what school, what grade, was it in elementary school, was it in high school? We lose visibility into all that information. And so we lose our ability to have oversight, which is part of our job. So we can't just say, oh, you know, this could be a potential FERPA violation when there's no identifiable data. And if they're thinking that somebody might request the information, then okay, fine, redact. If you think that somebody who does a public records request could potentially be able to tell who it was at that school on that day that was suspended, then you can redact it for a public records request, but it shouldn't be redacted from board members when it's our job to do the oversight.
So I want to put the FERPA situation to the side because I agree with you with respect to your response in that if we have a situation in which individuals can use it to violate students' rights outright, no, you don't get to do that. And there are circumstances like you just expressed in which if my kid was involved in something and I know this date and I get that information and I know what my kid received and I know there's another kid involved, I now have access to that kid's information that I do not have legal right to have. So again, I understand why the district has made that decision because retroactively we realize that this could have been used in a way that could potentially violate a student's rights. So let's put that to the side. I guess I'm struggling to understand in which, again, let's say drugs. And you have a student who was found vaping in the bathroom and they had a singular vape on them. The circumstance says drugs. But let's say you have another student who has 5 on their person. That is a differing circumstance, and yet it still will say drugs. So I guess what I'm still struggling to understand is, A, how are we not capable of doing the exact same amount of oversight? With respect to understanding like the school and those types of things, I think maybe I can understand the desire of looking at schools. So for example, we had the start of my time on here, Cooley had a whole bunch of fights for a period of time, and then we got a new admin in place, and those fights dropped, and the suspensions dropped. And I went, look at us at Cooley doing amazing things, and we're helping our students out for all of that. So I do think there is something to say when you have a school who's having a particularly high situation, what's happening, and we, as our job, should go, what is happening? I agree with that. I am still struggling to understand how we are incapable of having oversight when I argue the things that we both agree on, equitable practices, we're still not capable of understanding from any of the reports that we receive because we don't know context to the situation, and context matters.
And you just proved my point, is we lose the ability to go, why are there so many fights at this school? For that reason alone, we should be able to have access to school and grade information.
Again, I'm not saying, and I am willing to have some of these conversations, and the benefit this is the first time we're having this conversation, but that feels more like a situation, A, we still can ask and we still can figure out as a board, and so I agree with that. But again, your statements of we need to make sure that we are exercising equitable practices, that doesn't get answered, even by knowing what school and what grade, because again, we still don't have context to literally any of the situations, and we should not have context to any of these situations legally, because if a situation happens in which there is ongoing back and forth between a parent of a student who is suspended and our school system, and there is issue, it can come in front of us. And so having previous context now influences our ability to make rational decisions with respect to, did district messed up in their process or did they not? So I'm still struggling to understand how you are incapable of doing oversight with the information that we still have, considering some of your focuses for that oversight we were never capable of doing in the first place.
But we were. We were. So a child that has 1 vape versus a child that has 5 vapes, I'm sorry, does each vape count as an additional day of suspension? No.
What I need you to understand is from a staff perspective, that could mean that that individual has intent to sell. legally. That's what that comes down to. So again, there are different circumstances for the punishment based off of context. And we never had context in any of these because, again, we should not.
But having school and grade allows us to see a trend. We lose the ability to see trends.
I do agree with that.
I mean, you look at the report, like none of the report, the way that it comes in now, like none of it, you can't do anything with it. It's completely pointless because you can't look at it and say, okay, was it an elementary school kid that just brought in drugs? We don't have that information. So.
Board President Wade, Board Member Van Hook, if I can interject just really quickly. When we made this change, according to the advice of our attorney, right, that's what we looked forward to. At the same time, we can provide school level aggregate data so that you could look very specifically if you wanted to look at trend data that is an aggregate that would not allow us to identify specific kids, but would allow you to look at trends on campuses, and I'm more than happy to do that, to provide that information for you, because I think that would solve the issue of the potential of identifying a single kid, while at the same time identifying trends to help you with the information that you need. And so I can definitely take a look at that and work with our IT team to be able to pull that information out and provide you that so that you can look at that aggregate data to be able to look at trends, again, to try to eliminate this concern about identifying individuals and their discipline.
Yeah, and I don't know what the data would look like, and what I find interesting is all the districts around us have no problem continuing to provide their board members with the information, but all of a sudden it's a problem in Higley, and trying to use FERPA as an excuse of why we can't be provided this information, yet FERPA is not an issue for any of our surrounding districts. So for me, it's important. I look at this. I've been looking at it for over 3 years, and I would like to continue to see the information. If it's, no other board member reviews that information, then that's their choice that they're making. But for me, it's important, and I would like to be able to continue to see that information because it's identifiable data. There's no information about any students, and there's no reason why this information should be hidden from board members when it's our job to do, to have oversight over these things.
President Wade. I would argue in regards to FERPA that as a parent whose kids talk to her quite often, and other kids, that when I do get those reports and read them every time we get them, and looked at the trends and looked at the reasons why things are happening, but then also with the school and the grade, I knew who the person was based on what my kid told me. Did I do anything with it? No. Do I want to know? I don't want to know who it is, but I could tell you who it was in many instances when we used to get that information. And if that got into the wrong hands, so to speak, or into someone who wanted to weaponize it, then that would be wrong, and we would be held accountable for that. And then I did look at the trends and what happened at schools, and I did like that. So I could see, I didn't make an Excel spreadsheet, but I saw that it went back and forth. I looked at different indicators on why schools were happening based on demographics and things like that. So thank you for being able to provide a report in that instance. But in my instance, I could tell you in several cases who those kids were.
I would like to echo, I'm appreciative of the aggregate. At the end of the day, I don't look at these reports for anything other than, do we have increasing problems at specific schools, what's going on, those kinds of things. So I do think having the aggregate data from a board member perspective is beneficial. And I think maybe we can start from there and then figure out what our next steps are if we're still unhappy with what this process looks like and all of that moving forward.
President Wade and board members, so before I was in private practice, I was the privacy officer at ADE, and so I worked a lot in data. And so I think part of the difference is the report that you were getting or currently are getting with less pieces of data about the children is that it's student level data. If the district provides you with aggregate data, then it's much harder to back out a child's identity from that. So I'm happy to work with the superintendent to figure out, because it sounds like the board wants a snapshot, and there's different ways you can cut data so you can see, study it and determine if, there's certain equity issues that you want to address. But I'm happy to work with the superintendent on that.
Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Do you have anything else?
Did we just reach a compromise? All right, that's good.
Maybe. But I'm appreciative of that. Also, I have follow-up questions on just, personally and data and all that jazz. So maybe I can hit you up later. That'd be great. All right. Do you have anything else before we move on? Is that good? Okay. Where are we at? That was 6.7. This brings us to our action items. We are on 7.1, approval of policy GB-EBB, staff conduct with students. This is our third read. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Can we pull this?
Madam President, just one. Right. Well, I met with the superintendent, and just a reminder to our staff that may be listening, we have district-approved resources that you should use if you need to communicate with your students. It is my belief that I 30-something years, I never gave my students my cell phone number. I don't think it's appropriate. I think you have to keep a level of separation. We're the adults, they're the kids, and I also would remind them, I really just don't kind of think it's appropriate to be friends on social media with your students either. And I think that most people would agree. So just a caution, a reminder to our staff to use what we provide. We have means that you can communicate with students, and just follow that.
President Wade, I'd just like to echo what Board Member Glover said. Again, it is appropriate and there is not appropriate, and really stick with that policy, and thank you.
Yes, agreed. All right, great. Do you have anything? No? All right, great. I motion that the governing board approves policy GB-EBB, staff conduct.
Second.
Ooh, I'm going to give it to Ms. Schultz. Sorry, Mr. Glover. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. This brings us to 7.2, approval of policy JLIF, sex offender notification, third read. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? I'm assuming Ms. Van Houten.
Okay, I submitted language, proposed changes for this policy for a specific section where it says the superintendent is directed to develop procedures to disseminate the information received from the local law enforcement agency regarding adult and juvenile registered sex offenders present in the district, and to provide teachers, parents, guardians, or custodians upon request information received from a court. Let me find the page here. Now, at the last board meeting, I asked if we can proactively notify parents if there's a juvenile sex offender in our schools. Ms. O'Brien advised that while Arizona law does not legally prohibit our district from notifying parents about juvenile sex offenders enrolled, she recommends against revising the policy to require such notification. My question is, why wouldn't we protect our students? What if a juvenile sex offender starts dating another student and the other student isn't aware? What if the sex offender is invited to parties or sleepovers and parents aren't aware? I'm wondering if at that point, then the district can be held liable for not notifying families of information that we were aware of. And again, our duty is to protect our students. So with this policy change, My recommendation, it stays within ARS 8-208. The district is only distributing information it legally receives from the courts, and it's not from any juvenile records or other sources. It triggers automatic parent notification and removes the upon request barrier so parents don't have to know to ask. It requires consultation between the superintendent and law enforcement and legal counsel to ensure, to prevent unlawful disclosure. And then it also explicitly prohibits harassment. And the new language would state that the superintendent is directed to develop procedures to disseminate the information received from local law enforcement agencies regarding adults and juvenile registered sex offenders present at the district. When the district receives notification from the court pursuant to ARS 8-350 regarding a student adjudicated delinquent for or convicted of a dangerous offense or a specified sex offense, the superintendent shall, in consultation with law enforcement and legal counsel, notify parents and guardians of students enrolled in the affected school. Such notification shall be made in a manner consistent with state and federal confidentiality laws, including ARS 8-208 and FERPA, and shall provide parents with the information necessary to protect their children while respecting the legal rights of all students. The district will also provide this information to teachers, staff, and administrators with the legitimate educational interest or safety responsibility. Harassment, retaliation, and acts of vigilantism based on this information are strictly prohibited.
Go ahead, Mr.
President Wade, Board Member Van Hook. I'm grateful that this was brought up. I also want to find where this is really doable. I don't want to overwhelm people's plate or already their jobs that they have and tasks, but I really think if we could streamline and make this a very seamless process, just kind of almost muscle memory, whether that means relaying the message, etc. If we could figure out a way that it's consistent and it's automatic, and so it's not overwhelming, but safety and security of our youth, I think this is an area where we need to really prioritize and figure out an easy way that's doable for the district to do. Thank you.
I mean, we send out emails all the time, and luckily, per my conversation with Mr. Walker, we have not had such a situation in our schools, and I hope and pray that we never do. But if we ever do, then we have the ability to notify our families so that their children are never placed in a situation where there's an opportunity for the creation of more victims.
Madam President and board members, after last month's meeting, I did go back and do some additional research on the statute. Remember, this is about law enforcement notification to schools. So there aren't attorney general opinions on this or good case law addressing this specifically. And so again, I agree with what I said last month, right? There isn't a legal prohibition on disseminating this information if the school received it from the court. I do have concerns about what would happen when that information is disseminated, and that's why I would recommend that the school staff create a safety plan for that student, much like the school would if a student came with a criminal record of another kind and enrolled in a Higley school.
To be clear, and can you clarify for me, in this specific situation, if it is a Gilbert address or Queen Creek, we are notified by the PD about an adult offender in the area in general, correct?
I think that's the community notification piece, as opposed for juveniles, my read of the statute is that it's just to the school.
Okay. I guess I appreciate your legal advice, and at the end of the day, this is your job and your profession to kind of understand some of that. I am hesitant to, when we deal with juveniles, we are speaking to children, and I also go, there are a number of circumstances, and I brought this up last time in terms of ways in which children might engage in behavior, and as a result of that behavior, have consequences that they were unequipped to handle. And I think my concerns probably echo yours in that the manner with which this could cause certain practices, or we already exist in a world in which people are very quick to emotionally respond to something without asking for context, without asking for anything, and as a result of those decisions cause further harm because they felt they were justified in doing so. I'm willing to open up to other board members with respect to when we motion what version of this is. I am inclined to stick with the version that is provided by our legal team and the recommendations based off that, given the fact that your experience with both the law, what exists, how that functions, and where my general concerns are for that practice as a whole. I also am very hesitant as a community member and a board member to require certain actions of our schools that aren't the functioning of those schools, right? The idea of what yet another task that we're asking our staff to follow through, to keep up with. We also routinely get information in which people talk about how they miss things left and right, and I am hesitant to go beyond what is advised by legal in a situation with which that I have very little legal knowledge. So I appreciate your assessment. Do we have anybody else before I make a motion, essentially, in terms of what, I am motioning for as far as versions?
Yeah, a safety plan would typically have to be created for such a student anyway. So it's not like it's going to force them to create a safety plan because we're notifying parents. A safety plan has to be created for such a student. And so the fact that the recommendation is not to notify and be able to protect 99.9% of our students because of one student that has done a criminal act, it is truly mind-boggling to me that we wouldn't take that extra step to protect our students that could potentially end up in a situation and become a further victim. And I can't even imagine putting any of our students in that situation. So, yeah, I don't even know what to say.
To be clear, there is a safety plan in place, so I would argue that we are prioritizing student safety, and whether we agree personally or not, the student who may be the offender in this case also has legal rights, and they also deserve protection in terms of their ability to not be harassed, and that is my biggest statement, the idea of somebody merely existing in your presence. And the idea of, again, how people often respond to things or what they feel entitled to. I, again, think going off of legal experts in terms of what they feel is both within the scope of the law, within the scope of what we are capable of doing and what we should be held accountable to with respect to what takes place on our campuses, in our walls, those types of things.
Madam President and Member Van Hook, just to be clear, the recommendation is simply to follow the state law as applied. You know, the school officials, if a juvenile sex offender or enrolled at Higley, the school would get that notification. They'd request the records. They'd look at factually what happened with that child and then make a determination of how they could safely bring that student to school with regard to that child's safety and the safety of all other children.
Yeah, I mean, and that's part of the reason why I put in here that there would be, you know, harassment information in here, and yes, a safety plan for that student, but you say a sense of entitlement. I believe, yes, 99.9% of the students are entitled to know if they're possibly in a situation where they could be harmed. We have to ensure that the majority of our students are also protected.
Listen, I agree with you. And if we wish to ensure that our students are safe and protected in these types of situations, maybe we should look at education and how to, you know, identify and handle some of that might be great, but that's not something we are doing here. I am inclined to keep the policy as it is recommended. I would assume, given the statements that we have two individuals who are inclined for Ms. Van Hook's version.
Why would you assume that?
Because she said support of what your statements were, and she said she liked it. So I was in the process of saying if people could clarify, so then that way I can motion and I know which policy and they know which language to include. That's all. I just want to make sure I know which one to motion for. And so if the majority of us are in favor of your version, when I motion, I will make sure to say include the language as provided by Ms. Van Hook for this policy before we vote, so we can do that. Otherwise, if not, then I'm motioning for the other one because that's where the votes would lie. That's what I was after. So if I'm wrong, please correct. That's fine.
Yeah, so
I'll motion to include the language of Board Member Van Hook.
Okay.
I move.
I mean, that's fine, and we can vote that way. That makes it easy. Sure.
Go ahead.
I motion to include the amendment of, I'm sorry, you guys.
It's okay.
Move. Is it move or motion?
I move.
Okay, that's what you said. I move to include the statement by Board Member Van Hook to be included.
I second.
Madam President and Member German, can I just clarify? So to clarify your motion, it sounds like you're moving to adopt policy JLIF as presented with the addition of the language proposed by Member Van Hook. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
I second.
Wait, I would like to clarify because, look, my brain processes stuff sometimes poorly. Fair, but now, again, anxiety is real, and I went, oh, I misunderstood. So based on the outcome of this, we could have potentially another immediate motion after, or is this in general for that policy? Do you see what I'm saying as far as of adopting it? Because I understood her motion to be, I motion that we just include her verbiage, and we would vote on that, and then I would motion for the policy, whether it's included based off our motion or not. Is that incorrect?
So let me back up. It sounds like there would be an amendment to the policy, right? So the motion would be to move policy JLIF forward, and then an amendment to the policy to substitute the language Member Van Hook.
We can't motion for the amendment separate and then decide after that? Does that make sense?
So usually you'd move the policy forward and then propose an amendment.
After the fact?
Right.
Okay, I see. I understand now. So we're going to vote for the policy with the amendment, but then if we say no, does that push it through?
There's a motion on the table now.
Correct. And that is to include Ms. Van Hook's language for this. And so I just want to make sure before I vote, I know what it is that I'm voting for. Because at the end of the day, we still need to move this policy through, and I would like to adopt it. Whether it has Ms. Van Hook's language or not, it still needs to be adopted. So I just wish to make sure that I know what I am voting for, in that if I personally do not wish to include this language, that I then have an opportunity after the fact to move the policy forward without that language. Does that make sense?
It does.
So are we in a conundrum in which we don't get to do that because the manner with which it was motioned and seconded already? Or am I just, again, I had to sit next to the teacher for a reason.
Let me go back to Member Jarman's motion. So my understanding was that you were moving forward policy JLIF with the substitutions proposed by Member Van Hook.
Yes.
So then the board would decide whether to adopt the policy as amended by Member.
Okay, and so then let's vote on that, and then we'll deal with what comes next for us all, because here we are. Great. So we have a motion for the JLIF sex offender notification policy with the inclusion of Board Member Van Hook's language. All those in favor?
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I have something to say. While I believe access to information in this type of instance is important, I need to lean with legal on this one as legal expert, because I don't want to open up the district to legal issues. And it sounds like we already have a safety plan in place to make sure everyone is kept safe.
And just for the record, I didn't just come up with this on my own. I did work with legal counsel to come up with this language. So it's not me just coming up with language. This is also from a legal expert.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails 3-2. Legal. Can I now make a new motion for this policy? Is that
Yes.
great?
President Wade, you can move
Thank you.
to adopt policy JLIF as recommended.
Okay, I appreciate that. My bad, everyone. That was painful for us all. I apologize.
President Wade, can I just point out one thing before we proceed, is that in the policy that's presented as is in JLIF, according to the law, 8-350C, it's verbatim from the law that's in that policy. So that's where it's derived from. It's not us drafting that, it's drafted from 8-350, and that says upon request.
I appreciate the clarification. I motion that the governing board approves policy JLIF, sex offender notification, as presented.
Second.
All right, Mr. Glover, seconded.
If I can explain my vote.
Let's do this.
Once we get there.
Go ahead. I mean, I haven't called for the vote
Yes,
yet, so
go ahead,
that's fine.
and then I'll do it. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just writing down to catch up, because I have to put that there. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Oh, wait.
I'd like to
Nay.
explain my vote. Hold on.
Well,
I'd like to explain
Can
my
we
vote.
do the opposed?
Can we just,
You
can
have
you
to
vote and
finish
then
the vote.
explain it?
Nope. I'm gonna
Okay,
explain.
great, sure.
So obviously this is state law, and I don't disagree with the state law. My concern solely was the parent notification, and the law does say upon request. So we're put in a situation where if parents want to know if there's a juvenile sex offender, they're just going to have to do a public records request to find out. So I want to make sure that that is put out there so parents are aware. And that's actually going to create more work if we're getting public records requests for parents to want to find that information out. With that said, I do support this policy because it does allow notification and everything else. So it's according to state law. Whether this policy passes or not, we have to follow state law. So with that, I do vote yes on this policy, and that's all. Thanks.
Now I understand. I apologize. Okay, so for you as well, Ms. Jarman? So all
nay,
those in
'cause I wish-
favor? Okay, great. So if I'm understanding this, that's 5-0.
I'll change it. Yay.
You're
Yay.
going nay?
Yes. we'll
Great,
do yay.
4-1. Nope. No, we're fine. We're fine. It's all right, everybody. So then motion passes 5-0. That's what that was. That's what we all just experienced together. Delightful. 7.3, approval of agreement between Center for the Future of Arizona and Higley Unified. Do we have any questions or comments from the board before I motion?
Yes. I just have to open it real quick. All right, so I asked for this item to be pulled because there's a lot of language in there about data sharing, and I'm just curious to know if parental consent would be obtained and parents would be notified that if their student participates in this pilot program, that their student's information is going to be shared. And I mean, I don't know all the information that that will be shared. I'm guessing no student identifiable information because it does, talk about FERPA. But one of the things I noticed in there, it said, to assess SPB programs, impact on student civic knowledge, attitudes, and skills. I don't know how they plan on tracking attitudes, but also it mentions that they, about race and ethnicity, and I'm just wondering if the program requires you to have like a certain number of students based on race or ethnicity, because that seems to be one of the metrics. And I would hope that we're not picking students based on race and ethnicity. But the program does call for that information to be gathered. So that's my only concern. Do we have an idea if parents are going to be notified before data is shared? And if a parent declines, how?
I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Armstrong so he can explain, but yes, there is parental notification about the survey and who's getting surveyed.
Sorry. President Wade, Member Van Hook, the information that is being gathered is aggregate data, and what it's used for is for the Center for the Future of Arizona to identify the number of students across the state that are participating in this program this year. The data that's being collected is the aggregate, and then students that are part of the steering committee will be completing a survey in which we have parental consent with that identifies exactly what the survey looks like for parents to review with the consent form prior to the students participating in that survey.
So if a parent rejects the sharing of their student's data, does that mean that student can't participate?
No, there is no limit. You asked earlier if there's a limit or anything. No, there is no limit and a desire. They're just wanting to know the number of students who participated in each of the steering committees, the number of students who were a part of the voting, if possible, just to identify those numbers with their programming.
And the students are selected how? Is it voluntary, or are they selected by certain staff?
So the program started with many of our leadership programs this year. As I presented earlier in the year, we said we wanted our leadership programs on each campus to go ahead and start with this process and have those students who are in those clubs participate. So it's the students who are volunteering to be a part of those clubs are the ones who are going to be a part of the steering committee as well. Now, there have been a couple of campuses that have selected students from outside of those clubs to help participate and gather more information from the student body.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Nobody else? I motion that the governing board approves the agreement between Center for the Future of Arizona and Higley Unified School District.
Second.
Ms. Schultz seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. This brings us to future agenda items. Does anyone have requests for future agenda items?
I would love the mandatory reporting to kind of be more, open up to the community, kind of, if we can expand more after our executive session, just kind of keep that transparency about that.
Yeah, I was concerned why we were taking that into executive session since it's state law and should be discussed publicly, but.
It's training, as far as I understand. But good news, after today, we'll know more, and then we'll be good. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to ask that you all bear with us because we have 3 executive sessions, so the motion is quite long, so don't get crazy until I finish, everybody, because there's all 3. I motion that the governing board move to executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion or consultation for legal advice with the attorney or attorneys of the public body regarding mandatory reporting obligations, and pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and A4 for discussion or consultation with the attorneys of the public body for legal advice and to consider its position and instruct its attorneys regarding the public body's position regarding pending litigation, settlement discussion in case CV 2025-013547, and pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 for discussion and/or consultation for legal advice with the board's attorneys regarding its position on a contract that is the subject of negotiation, intergovernmental agreement with EVIT.
Second.
Ms. Jarman seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. For those of you who, joined us and stayed, thank you. For everybody else who's leaving, have a lovely night. Drive safe, everybody. Okay, this we did. All right, we are at action items 10.1, reconvene in open session. I motion that the governing board reconvenes in open session.
Second.
That would be Ms. Jarman seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. This brings us to 10.2, discussion and possible action to approve proposed settlement in case CV 2025-013547 and authorize its attorney to finalize same. Any questions or comments from the board before I motion? Great. I motion that the governing board approve proposed settlement in case CV 2025-013547 and authorize its attorney to finalize same.
Second.
That would be Ms. Schultz seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was that an aye? Okay, great. Motion carries 5-0. This brings us to 10.3, possible action to approve the direction given to the board's legal counsel during executive session identified as item 9.3 above. There is actually no need for us to motion for this item, so we can move on to item 10.4. Possible action to authorize legal action regarding CTED or CTE funding statute and related EVIT IGA matters. Any questions or comments from the board before I motion? Okay, great. I motion that the governing board authorize, oh, this is the other one. Yeah, okay. I motion that the governing board authorize Osborne Maladon to initiate legal action on behalf of the district if needed regarding the EVIT satellite IGA, the CTED funding statute, and related matters.
Second.
That would be Mr. Glover seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to explain my vote.
Go ahead.
At a time when we're preparing to ask our taxpayers for an override, I cannot in good conscience support taking EVIT to court. Lawsuits are costly, divisive, and take resources away from our classrooms and CTE programs when our focus should remain on our students. So with that, I vote no.
To be clear, it is if needed, so certain things aren't where things are. That is 4-1, motion carries.
4-1, correct?
In voting? Yes. 10.5, wait, correct, Ms. Jarman, you were an aye? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting. Possible action to approve Osborne Maladon, PA, as special counsel to the district, EVIT Satellite IGA. Any questions or comments from the board? I motion that the governing board retain the services of Osborne Maladon, PA, as special legal counsel to the district regarding the EVIT Satellite Intergovernmental Agreement and related matters.
Second.
That would be Ms. Schultz seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. I motion to adjourn this meeting. Second. That would be Ms. Schultz seconding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Good night. Drive safe.